and rules to create a safe and a developmentally appropriate childcare facility. So why don't we go ahead and do next, Travis? So what we're looking at here, this is data that was compiled by one of the Team Up action teams, and it comes from 2020. 2020 is kind of our last data point for a lot of our childcare pieces, but it is fairly reflective of what we see today. So you can see the big green number, that overall we are short 919 slots, meaning we are that much of a disparity for families who need childcare. Specifically, the big disparity is for infants and toddler slots. One of the reasons we see that is because infants and toddlers have a much lower ratio, so they need more teachers in the classrooms, and those teachers also are more highly qualified. There's more specialized training those teachers have. So just those numbers speak pretty loudly in terms of what we're needing. Next, please, Travis. So what does this look like? And you can kind of see this specifically in this pamphlet. We have a total of 14 licensed providers in the county of Montezuma. Only 3 providers currently, this is referring to how Teddy Bear Preschool, one of our only infant toddler providers, is no longer providing infant care next school year. So only 3 of those providers care for infants, 5 total care for toddlers. And only over half of them do not have summer care. And then the other piece that families are talking about that are really challenging is those extended hours. So when we're thinking about our healthcare providers, our emergency responders who work those longer shifts, when we're working with the shorter school hours for childcare, when we're looking at no summer care, that's a really big barrier for them to continue in their career.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Toddler is still age 1 to 6 or 1 to 5?
When you said toddler, is that what you asked?
Toddler.
Toddler is specifically age 2 to 3. Preschool is 3 and up.
Okay.
It's interesting, depending on the classroom, the toddler and infant can be defined in different ways according to ratios. But essentially, toddlers is anything under 12 months. I'm sorry, infants is under 12 months.
Yeah.
Toddler is defined by anybody who's able to walk. So that could be a 15-month-old, that could be an 18-month-old. So basically, toddlers is more under age 2. So it's those first 2 years of life. Okay, any other questions? No? Travis, next, please. So why is this so important? The 3 big areas that I wanted to kind of talk about is how this is affecting children, this is affecting families, and this is, of course, affecting our workforce and our economy, as Jessica referenced. So specifically for children, when I train our early childhood professionals, I often say we are in the business of building brains. The first 5 years of life is when the most rapid development happens in the brain. And so when we talk about advocating for early childhood care, we know, research shows time and time again, that if there's a strong foundation the first 5 years of life, the rest will follow. The issues that we see in elementary and high school, those issues will eventually subside if that child has that strong foundation the first 5 years of life. It's an incredibly powerful window of time. We also know a big concern in our area is that licensed childcare is going to be safe and secure and consistent. And a big concern, we'll talk about that later, is that many of our children are experiencing not safe home lives, or they're being cared for by somebody that may not be the safest provider. Unfortunately, what that causes is more damage than good. Families, what's important about licensed childcare is they're immediately plugged into the resources and into community. And we all know from the last few years that social isolation has a huge impact on families. Not every family has supportive family members to support them, or in certain, maybe a church group I think about is how supportive that community is, but not every family has that. And so a childcare licensed provider can be that for many families. When we talk about workforce, there are many numbers that show that the attrition rates, meaning folks who have to quit their jobs in order to care for their children, those rates will decrease, and the attendance for the workforce will increase because they have consistent care. I'm a perfect example of somebody who's kind of piecing together part-time care so I can have a part-time job, and it is really, really tricky when that one provider, that one person that I depend on is sick for the day. It really blows my plans out of the water, and many families are in that space. And the other piece I'll, of course, mention is that this early child care will build a stronger workforce for tomorrow. Next, please, Travis. So specifically to our community, and then we're going to talk about, I'd love to open it to questions. We talked about the child abuse rate in Montezuma County is quite high, devastatingly so for our state. We know, I've heard other numbers, 20 to 40% of our children live in poverty. And so when we talk about those numbers again, how beneficial it is for those children to be in secure, safe, highly qualified child care spaces. But the other big barrier for our community that we're struggling to meet as a early childhood council is the qualified early childhood professionals, those folks who have the training. Part of that is that we do not have the salaries that represent the quality that they bring. The average salary is $15 an hour. That's not much over minimum wage. And so it's really hard to attract folks to the profession. And lastly, the infographic you see on the left there, this actually comes from Dove's Nest, which is in Dolores County. But it really portrays the challenges that early child care providers have when it comes to income. We cannot depend fully on our families for tuition. If we were to have our families who are typically on the lower end of income, if it may not qualify for free child care, it does not meet the expenses that it takes to run a qualified child care setting. And specifically, Dove's Nest is referencing how a lot of the tax revenue is going down, and therefore their income to support their center is also going down and having a big effect on their ability to maintain the care they provide. We are excited to say that they recently got a grant that allows them to offer one more half-time position to a professional who can open up and offer more slots for children. But when it comes to financial stability of centers as well as workforce stability, meaning enough qualified early childhood professionals in the area, those are our big barriers for our current centers and why it's very difficult to get more. So I'm going to leave it at that and make sure we have time for you guys to ask questions. Oh, and also, let Lizzie have a moment to speak. This is Lizzie Balducci, who's been part of our community conversations.
Hi, thank you, first of all, for your patience as I had to bring my child today.
You're fine.
So I've lived in Cortez for about 8 years now with my husband, and he's got his own business here. It's pretty successful. And I have worked for Osprey for 7 years, so I've got a pretty, I would say, desirable job in the community. Because of this guy who we planned, we have been on 3 different wait lists for over 15 months. The last time I called around to see where we were at on the wait list, most of them were wondering if I was wondering for next year. And of course I was wondering for this year or for next year, whenever would become available. But it seems like I will time out of all 3 of these wait lists before he'll be too old by the time I'm called back, so I'll have to get on different wait lists. I'm very lucky that Osprey has allowed me to work remotely, and we've found an in-home babysitter who we're paying about $1,000 a month right now, which is as much as we can pay her, so she's been very generous to work for under about $7 an hour is what it rounds out to. I'm temporarily remote, but just because of the financial strain, I can't apply for CCAP because she's not licensed. I can't use any pre-tax dollars because she's not licensed. So just because of all that financial strain, we've been starting to go to the food bank for just some relief. It's the only thing we'll qualify for. So if I can get into a daycare, it would significantly help us stay in this area. And we really love this area. We want to stay.
So would it be better in any other area? Because it sounds like the state is struggling with this statewide.
The state, yeah.
We're not unique in as far as the struggles, but so say a city, Colorado Springs, Denver. I mean, they're struggling just as bad with the same thing, with workforce,
Right.
with child care. I mean, and the cost of living there is even more.
More, yeah.
So what's the resolution? Is the state being too restrictive with their criteria to become certified? I mean, we see the problem. We know there's an issue, But what's the barriers? What really are the barriers?
Yeah, to answer your question specifically on regulations, I would say no. Every single regulation is there to make sure that that child is safe and to make sure you have a qualified caregiver. Is it a lot? Absolutely. What is challenging right now is the 6 to 9 month licensing process. So knowing that we have families who needed care over 2 years ago when she first applied when she was pregnant for a spot, childcare. That's a big barrier, is the time it takes. However, and to answer your question across the state, there are other areas that have more opportunities because perhaps there are higher incomes and industries there that can pay families more. I know one thing to say for educators is that many educators cannot afford to be an educator unless they have another partner in their family who has a stronger income. That's my story. I've been an educator for 15 years. Without my husband's income, it makes no sense. So when we talk about other areas in the county or in the state having higher levels of different industries and higher incomes, that makes a big difference. So what to say the solution is gosh, I really wish I had an offer to say, oh, I know what you need to do, or what I need to do even. There's a lot of work to be done. I think what we're asking today is that when you make decisions moving forward, when we're talking about legislations, when we're talking about advocating for what all of our families need, we have to maintain that child care or quality early child care will really relieve a lot of the problems with time. And that if we can advocate for a culture that really supports young families and young children, that a lot of our other issues will be solved, whether it's mental health, higher graduation rates, things like that. That will really come with better early childhood care. And then, of course, workforce and the economy growth that we are seeing as well. Mm-hmm. What are we doing? I have a dual enrollment program happening for high school students. We're hoping to get local students here who are invested in education and getting them early into the field so that they have that qualification going in soon after high school. We are also trying to encourage some employer-based care. I'm specifically working with Osprey and Southwest Health to see if they can partner in being an employer-based childcare, meaning they would offer that as a benefit to their employees and support some of the initial funding. The families would still pay for the care, and then we would open up any extra slots to other community members as well. And then, of course, continuing to offer training for home providers. Home providers don't make a huge dent. They can only serve 6 to 12 children at most. So it doesn't make a huge dent. Our centers, when we talk about the big gap, are going to be the ones that can provide more slots.
So you said that this represents Dolores and Montezuma County, the 919, I think it was?
That number specifically represents Montezuma County.
So that was just Montezuma?
Montezuma County. The only thing that's Dolores County is this year Dove's Nest. The reason I included that was it paints a beautiful picture. It reflects a lot of what our centers here in Montezuma County also experience in terms of that difference between income and expenses. Childcare is expensive.
If we were going to go to the legislature, what would you ask? What would be the ask?
Gosh. I mean, if I could wish, it would be that we would have more funds going to subsidize early childhood care. Now we know that the state is bringing in universal preschool. It is offering free preschool years for starting for 4-year-olds and starting a few 3-year-old slots as well. If we can get that across the board, if we can relieve the expense for families and have it readily available, but with that comes higher rates for teachers. So just in overall, we need more funding to go towards education to pay our professionals. What I've noticed with things like CCAP, the rates that they offer, CCAP is the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program. The rate that they offer a provider for that family who would attend for free does not match what the expense is for that center to provide childcare. Does that make sense? It's more like $30 a day when really it's $45 a day to provide care for that child. So what happens is that the salaries for the professionals take the brunt there. They can't afford to pay them more because we don't quite have enough funding coming in to support the expenses that child care requires. So when it comes down to how do we get money, that's a big question. And I was hesitant to come saying, I don't know what I'm asking from you though. I can sit here and tell you and be passionate and share lots of testimony as a professional and as a parent myself. I have a 5 and a 2-year-old. But I don't know what to ask either. I don't know the solution. I'm willing to work hard at it and continue to support our professionals, support our families, but I just wanted you to be aware of the challenges that we are facing and the concerns we have for our families and our young children and the lasting effects that it will have.
Would shorter timeframes for licensure help?
In some cases, maybe. So there's a backlog at the state level. All of your licensing applications goes to Denver. I know that the Department of Early Childhood is also having a hard time finding folks to stay employed there to do that work. It would help, but it still is going to be time. You know, there's going to be some time. I would say if we could get down to 3 to 6 months, that would be reasonable. And you turn in your application, you get your trainings done, you make sure your facility is safe, and within half a year to be able to open your doors versus a year and a half, that would be a huge help. Also knowing that families or folks who are trying to create a living for themselves, a business, to wait that long to be able to have enough income to support that business endeavor is really, really tricky. So if you're not licensed, you can only care for up to 4 children. Many of our folks are also caring for their own, so that takes up some of those slots. So yes, I think it would help. It's not going to be the golden ticket, but certainly help. I think relieving any of these things would help, right? I think advocating and supporting professionals. I think making sure families know that where their resources are and having more options for them would help. But yeah, the truth is I didn't know what to ask when I said, I'm going to come present. What am I asking you for? I'm just asking for your time and for your awareness at this point.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. I think that, you know, I think we all are aware of a lot of deficiencies, but as bad as I hate to say this, I'll say it. It really all comes back to the almighty dollar.
Right.
So just like you said,
Yeah.
where do you create subsidies? How do you get those subsidies? Somebody's paying for it somewhere, and that's to go through the legislature, even if it's a state regulated program, they have to figure out where to come up with the money somehow. And I'm telling you, that is the toughest task that we deal with on a daily basis up here, just within our own community, is where do we get more funding?
Right.
Because unless somebody out there has a tree that they'd like to show me where it's at, I have never found that tree.
I know.
So it's a tough task. So I think in reality what you're asking for is, you know, it's easy to legislate or go to the legislature and ask for, you know, compress the timeframes and advocate for something like that, but
Yeah, and if we could prioritize putting any dollars that are available towards education, that would be, I guess, the big thing, knowing that whenever that any bit of money of that tree does come, to put it towards education, because it will resolve those bigger systemic social issues. I will say that there are counties that are having county-funded child care centers, so that means increasing taxes. It's coming from tax dollars, and they are providing a county-run child care facility. There are others that are city-run as well, and I will be talking to our city council in a few weeks as well, just to, again, share and help them be aware. So that has happened across the state of Colorado. I'd be happy to share links to those specific communities that are offering that. But again, it's a different community in that it has a lot, whether it's the tourism or just overall higher income, so that they are able to ask more of taxpayers. So I do recognize that that's an issue. If we could just bump it towards the top priority of where we put our money. Education's where it's at, early education.
okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time. I
Alright.
know I've gone over. I
Oh,
really
you're fine.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
you're fine.
Okay, great. Any
Just
other?
a workshop. We don't make decisions today anyway.
Sure.
So we don't restrict, you don't have any time limitations at all.
Oh, wonderful.
You're
Are
good.
there any other questions you have that I can answer?
Commissioners?
No, I'm good.
Wonderful.
Thank you for
Okay.
coming.
Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate your time and the opportunity.
All right, you bet.
Have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
afternoon.
Okay, next, I see some unfamiliar faces in the room. I'm not looking at superintendents, but I'm assuming that you are the designees. So come on forward, you can sit, you can stand, whatever suits you. Just pull the microphone, introduce yourself, tell us who you're with, RE1.
Yeah, That's fine.
RE4, and we are vacant one, so unless one of you are representing 2 school districts. Turn them on, pull them as close as you can so that the people on TV can listen and hear you.
Yeah, all 12,000 viewers out there.
Okay. So I'm Chrissy Miller. I'm the business manager from Minkus School District.
Okay,
Doreen Jones, Finance Director at Dolores School District.
okay, so just RE1 is not here. So can we actually proceed without all of them here, Ian, or per the statute?
Per the statute, we're supposed to have everybody here.
You want me to represent it?
I mean, I think we can proceed with a general discussion today. I mean, the statute's pretty clear that 25% of that money goes to the road department, 25% goes to the schools, and then 50% is discretionary. And so, I know in the past, I think historically, that discretionary 50% was given to the schools. Last year, we departed from that, and that discretionary portion went to cover road projects.
Yeah.
So, even though we don't have the third representative here, it might be advantageous to hear from the 2 districts about some of their needs and maybe how they foresee the breakdown of the funding, and then we can always get that third member here. I think we, by statute though, do need to have that third member here before we can make a
any
decision.
kind of a decision per
Exactly.
the statute. So, first of all, let me thank you for being here, because it is critical. We have to follow the statute, so a little disappointed that RE1 didn't show up, since they are the largest. But nevertheless, I think we can go ahead and discuss it. Originally, 2 years ago, this was supposed to go away, and it was gone. They figured out somehow to fund it for the next 2 years, so here we are 2 years later, and we're gonna have this discussion. So, last year, we did move our 50% discretionary because we had, some road issues for safety that we felt were necessary. That work will be getting finished up this year. And I will, unless you commissioners have anything to add, we'll let them start the conversation, and I will start with
Chrissy Miller, yeah.
Okay.
So our superintendent, of course, is asked us to show to see if we could divide that dollar amount, a third, and a third. So of course, we're hoping to get it divided equally. The Macon School District has just recently started the design phase and implementation of a pathways program in our district, where we're offering credentialed different pathways for our students. Culinary, we have entrepreneurship, healthcare, and welding. So these 4 pathways that are very costly to start. You have a lot of equipment, a lot of curriculum, just a lot of supplies that we need to purchase for each one of these pathways. Our goal is to have our students leave our school district with at least an associate's degree before they graduate. And so we're trying to get this whole program up and running. So any funding that we can get that would help support this Pathways program would be ideal for us. So we're here just to try to see if there's any way we can get a bigger slice of that pie, just to help offset some of these costs for this program.
So if we're talking about your 25%, which is what we're talking about right now, that really has to be a decision between
All 3
the
schools.
school districts. That's
Yeah.
not necessarily
Okay.
ours, but if you guys come up with that agreement, that you say that's what you want to do,
Mhm.
then obviously we can make that final
Allocate.
decision.
Okay.
But that really needs to be a determination between all 3 school districts.
Sure.
And then we get into the bigger piece of pie, which is the 50% that's discretionary, whether we need to use it for roads and/or, we can open up the conversation with the schools. So I know you said that, so we'll talk about your 25%. Mancus wishes to split it into thirds. What does Dolores wish to do?
That was, we had spoke about that previously, and we thought that would be, fair and equitable, but I know there's just a small amount of money, and I'm sure if Cortez was here to voice their opinion, they may have a different opinion, but we were on board with the equal split.
Because the last time that we did this in 2020, probably, I think it was by student,
Student count.
student count, and RE1, obviously, the largest in the district, got the lion's share of it.
I think there was a year as well where we gave the bulk of it to one of the smaller schools because there was some kind of a special project, and so there was an agreement between the schools to that effect. That was quite a while ago, though.
Yeah, that would have been quite a while ago.
2016 or 17.
Okay, so you all agree that you could work with the third on the 25%. The largest school district is not here, so makes it difficult, but we at least know what you are
Yeah,
asking.
yeah.
Last year, there was funding that went to Imagination Library or something. Is that,
2 years ago.
that's not in the picture this year?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, that was early childhood development.
Okay.
That was in 21, I think, Commissioner?
Yes.
It was 2 years ago. It wasn't last year. We used, it was split by student count for each district. So obviously, I mean, your count is much less. If I remember right, I'm gonna say $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 per district. It's not a lot, and that conversation was brought up that just because of student enrollment, you know, the RE1 got the lion's share of it.
Right.
Sure.
So if you can get a hold of RE1, I guess, should we reach back out? Because,
Well, it might be advantageous for the three schools to try to get together and figure things out and then get a time and date, because it doesn't make sense to put you guys on the agenda if we don't have some kind of an agreement. It just ends up wasting time.
Fair enough, yeah.
So when does the commissioners expect the schools to be back with an agreement?
well, how soon do you want your money? I mean, that's what it boils down to.
Right.
Is we have this by statute, it's displayed, we have the money, so before we can distribute it per the statute, we have to have this conversation. So my question to you is, if you don't want your money till the end of the year, we can have it December 25th. I mean, I'm gonna put it right back on you because that's really
Okay.
where it lies.
So we'll get a hold of Travis after we've, okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
And then we can also discuss, but it's gonna have to go back to the 50% discretionary. We can discuss that a little bit if you guys want to, but we can wait until you get with RE1 also.
I think it'd be more productive if we met schools met first and then came in
After.
together.
Okay,
Yeah,
well then we'll wait to hear back from you before we make our, obviously our final determination. The 25% will go to the Road and Bridge Department right away because that's per statute, and then we'll see how we want to delineate the distribution of the 25% to the schools.
Okay,
sounds
All right.
perfect.
thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
all.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. All right, Miss Laurel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I am here to present the air quality contract for the state and the emergency preparedness contract. We can start with the air quality. So this is basically us. We are one of 33 sites in the state that does this air quality monitoring to ensure that we are abiding by EPA standards as far as our air quality health. So that's that is located on the roof of the annex, and we're basically a pass-through. We do a lot of monitoring for the state, providing numbers. There's this big computer system in the janitorial closet that reads off of a filter up on the roof. And occasionally we have to go in there, but generally it's a contracted, it's called ARS. Air Resources Services comes in and does all of the heavy lifting and doing all the work, and then reports it back to the state. So we basically get paid about $7,000 to have it on the building and to do our piece. There used to be a time when we used to have to mail off the filters, but we don't have to do that anymore. So it just kind of sits there, but we are one of 33 sites. Yeah, so pretty simple. So the cost's pretty low for us as to house it and to do what needs to be done. So.
And I looked at this is one of those things, it's just amending the prior agreement, and really it just comes down to terms. I think if the commissioners in the health department are okay with the monetary amounts, that's really what you need to look at in this thing. There's nothing crazy legal here. It's just tables, amended amounts.
Yeah, and I know we talked about moving it at one point, but then this, everybody's getting those purple air monitors. There's a couple around the county, and I find them to be a little more user-friendly when you're looking and trying to find like particulates, environmental, all this other stuff. But this lets the state know what's going on down here, which sometimes we get
talked
forgotten.
about moving it out to Pleasant View, or adding, not necessarily moving, but adding one out to Pleasant View, right?
Yeah, we did talk about that, and I think it boils down to, we're down here in the corner, we kind of always get forgotten, and I don't know that they wanted to add an additional one. They didn't see the need for that, but potentially moving the one that we have, but it's a big process. I mean, that computer system back there is, I mean, I can't even reach the top of it, and it's just all these, it looks like something out of NASA. So I don't know.
So is it, I guess my first question, does it cover our cost?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it does, and
Because-
and they are monitoring us, and they do know we need clean air down here, so.
Well, and that was part of the recommendation on the Road and Bridge Department out there right off of 491 because of the traffic that goes on 491.
Right.
So that conversation they didn't want to add it, so they just let it go, or?
Well, I think we were dealing with a lot of COVID and workforce issues at the time at the state, and so the gentleman who was in charge of it was leaving, and it just became this whole thing where we just found it easier to keep it where it is, status quo, and just keep it going. So it's still there. We can look into that if we want, but again, like I said, it's going to be quite the process to move it.
I think it
and-
was just part of the conversation. I'm not
Right.
necessarily sure that we need to do anything if you guys are comfortable with that.
I just have a curiosity question.
Sure.
What all does it monitor for?
Oh, well,
Maybe that's the wrong question to ask.
Well, I'm definitely not an expert, but I do know it's like the EPA standards, and so it basically is, it's looking for what they call particulates, and then I think it's PMP monitoring, which is pollution, which was a big thing when we had the two big power plants going down in New Mexico. It can also monitor what we have when we have like smoke in the air, and let people know that, you need to take caution if you have breathing issues, heart problems, things like that. So it is monitoring pollution, air pollution basically, and air quality. So, and every time I look at it, it's green. So fire season, it can kind of fluctuate.
So in comparison, because I'm not sure if it was you, Laurel, but we had the Purple Air also, I think it was Karen Dixon, right?
Karen.
That did that
Yes.
whole presentation for us. Were you here, Commissioner?
No,
or-
I wasn't.
It was,
I came right at the tail end of that. I remember
Yeah,
a
and we do
discussion
have-
about it.
Yeah, we do have several purple air monitors throughout the county and in
Yeah.
Durango.
Isn't there
La Plata.
one on this building?
I don't think there's
I think
one
it's
on
the
this.
fire
I
department.
think it's the fire
Okay.
department that have them. I don't do this all the time, and I'm not exactly sure what they're doing, but I don't know that the Purple Air Monitor has a third-party contractor that comes in every 3 months to make sure the filters are clean, to make sure everything's monitored. I know it's a little more simple. It does give out a little more information, just because I think it's just basic information. And this is sometimes harder to read unless you know what you're looking for. So,
The reason I asked the question is, a number of years ago, I got involved with some people that were they had uranium claims, you know. And I got to looking at one of the maps, and what they termed downwinders, it stopped at the state line. Now, the wind doesn't stop at the state line, and that's where it was all carried from.
Yeah.
But I know it wasn't recognized in this area to be, we weren't part of the downwinders.
Interesting.
But, so I don't know if we're monitoring still for radiation or uranium, you know, plutonium or any of that stuff.
I can check. I can
Okay.
ask. Let's ask. That's a good question.
Because we had people here that probably would have qualified, but they couldn't because somebody drew a line on the map.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I grew up on near a road called Uranium Drive.
Yes.
But I don't qualify for any of that because I didn't
Exactly.
work in the mines, even though
And,
have
I mean,
asthma.
They hauled right through here to Durango.
Yep.
Then from Durango to Grand Junction.
Yeah. I will definitely ask that question, and we'll get some answers on that. So
Okay.
I'll let you guys
And I
know.
remember the flashes in the sky from testing.
Yeah. I vaguely remember those as a kid.
That's how old I am.
I've never heard of such a thing, but lightning? Like,
No,
No.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
when they were open air testing out there in Nevada, you'd see a flash in the sky. You could really, people tell me from San Francisco Peak, you could see it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this?
And we're right in the prevailing winds from there. I mean,
Get us some
I
more
will.
information. Actually, it's a fair question to know, what are we testing for?
Yeah. I will. I'll definitely ask. I can ask that.
All right.
Okay. And the next one is the EPR, so the Emergency Preparedness. So I know that we've talked about this, but I'm not sure if it was final. Well, it's officially final because it's in the budget now, that we are losing our regional piece to this, which means a full-time person has now been knocked down to a 20-hour person. So that is just to perform the public health functions of the emergency system. So, what we're thinking about doing, and then the state's hiring 5 people to take over the regional positions of emergency preparedness. So we'll have somebody that handles our region, but we still need to perform the responsibilities of what it takes to make sure that public health is ready for an emergency.
so we end a public health emergency, we cut back on preparedness for the next one.
Yes. Yeah. But they've got 5 people to cover us from the state, so no worries.
For the region,
Yeah.
for our region, we'll
Yes.
get,
So we're
We'll
looking.
get it all right.
Yeah, we're looking for. We're going to be creative because we do want to make this a full-time position, but not necessarily complete. Obviously, not funded by this. There will be more funding once the person that we get gets trained. So it was Tim, but he has left. So we are looking for somebody now. Bobby's at the Director Summit right now at the state, and just kind of going to ask what other places are doing with this position, get some clarification on the expectation. I do have the scope of work. I think because we've had Karen in the past and she did such a great job, that it's a sustainable scope of work that we could do. We are actually thinking about maybe combining that with a communications person. So we think the two could go really well together. And that could give us a 30 to 35 hour person. And then we thought about, and we have not talked to Travis or Jim Spratlin about this, but I know that he's been looking for some help, some assistance. And maybe that person could do 10 hours for him too. So maybe piecemealing it, we're looking at 35 to 40 hours and fluxing it between EPR communications. We've never really had a comms piece in our department, and we really need one that's specific for public health. And this person also, part of this person's responsibility is the epi piece. So the communicable diseases, all of those things too. So we kind of see them meshing together, but we'll figure it out, and we're going to go ahead and recommend that we do sign this contract. And Bobby's gonna come back with some more information on what other people are doing, and I don't know how you guys feel about what we think we wanna do with this position.
Well, I think communicable disease is really important. We're seeing a rise in tuberculosis. Well, all communicable disease is on the rise.
Yes, yes.
Even polio stuck its head up here a
Yeah.
while back, so.
Yeah, and we do have a nurse that does most of that. So this is a core function, so it's one of the ones that we have to perform. And so is our communicable disease nurse's position. But it's basically working with her or him, whoever that ends up being, basically getting information out to the public and taking that ESF8 role as far as like if we have an outbreak of something or if we have something going on.
So so this is just a part-time position, 20 hours a week is all they're funding right now?
Right now, yes.
You're wanting to keep it one FTE, but dissect it into 3 different.
Yeah, pay for the comms piece out of our general public health.
So,
Because we have been paying for a comms person, but both of them have left for other jobs to work from home, or it just didn't work out. So workforce is an issue. We do get that. But
so my question, really what my question boils down to is, are we doing ourselves, we're combining 3 into 1. And are we gonna really get, what we want there? Or would it be better just to have a part-time person focused on one task instead of spreading them out?
I mean, we're not opposed to a part-time person, but again, I'm looking at the health department needs. We do need a comms person, and that this EPR person also has to work well with Jim Spratlin and be able to like back him up and know what he's doing. He needs to know what they're doing, and so it kind of makes sense to maybe be able to support him if he needs it. So.
Anyway,
That's kind of
that was
our
my question.
thinking.
I mean, it's,
Cheryl?
No, I don't know. You,
Yeah,
you're talking about a comms person to, I think, I understand there's some crossover, but, and I'm not against trying anything, I'm just saying that, are we really getting the best that we could get if we just focused on one thing? It's like crossing an engine company with a ladder company. That I mean.
Well, when Karen was doing this position, she did a lot of our comms. She was definitely able to do a lot of our communication stuff. So she had that forte. She understood, they understand the whole emergency preparedness system, and communications is a huge piece of that. Will they need to learn it? Yes, they're going to need to learn it. It's going to be something that they have to implement. And we definitely need a communications person. We finally had our real communications person since Karen left, and that lasted like less than 3 months. So, yeah, so that's our plan. But again, if we don't find that person, and Bobby's looking right now to see, kind of what other departments are doing, because everyone's getting this cut. But yet, it's a core function that we have to provide. So who does that fall on? That's going to fall on maybe our public health nurse, a little bit on Bobby, if we don't hire somebody to do it. But if we really can't put out a good job ad and get some qualified people in, we might have to look at part-time or contract.
Right.
So, yeah.
That was just my question, Commissioner.
yeah, it seems like,
this goes back to what I ranted about last week.
yeah,
I mean, the state's cutting back, but you have to have this core function that they're not gonna fund.
Right.
Well, they're gonna fund it, they're only gonna
Half
fund it
funded.
half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's, I get
That's-
it. Okay,
Yeah.
so even if you look
So
over
they're
the
only
contract-
half interested in core functions.
Well, they definitely expect us to do the job. So, but, yeah, and I think that's
They keep trying
why,
to shift the load to us.
oh, yeah.
Always. That's
Always.
Oh, we-
exactly what they're trying to do
Oh.
all the time.
Yep. And we're verbal too with them. I mean, if there's something on this contract that, in any of our contracts that we don't want to, that we don't think we have the capacity to do, they'll be the first to know. Well, we'll do this, but we're not doing this, this, and this because we don't have the staff or we don't have the time or whatever it is. So, you know, it's interesting and it's frustrating when you're on this end and you're trying to make sure that you're, you know, doing everything you're supposed to do, especially with core functions. Now, they did up our public health funding, so that's really nice. So we're wanting to potentially hire another public health nurse that's specific for public health. This could be something that this nurse could take on if we got desperate, but you know, it's more of emergency preparedness, communications
I mean,
kind
it
of
doesn't-
role.
It doesn't fall into the purview of being a nurse.
No, it doesn't. They just need their expertise
Yes.
when it comes to
We're so short of
putting
nurses
stuff.
now, you know, and you're gonna try and put this load on them?
Yeah, that's why we want to try to do something different.
Right.
Because that's not, yeah. But, you know, we've had some interest in people, once they knew that the position was open, we've heard from people that would be interested in the position. I was asked today if it was a degree required position, and I don't believe that it is. So, but we're going to look into that too. We were so lucky with Karen for so many years, and she did a really good job and set the bar pretty high. So, yeah. And she worked really well with Jim. They spoke the same language. They were able to work together. And so we're really kind of hoping to find somebody that can maybe fill that gap.
Because to me, they're two absolutely, totally different positions. Do they
Yes.
speak the same language? They do, but they're really, I mean, you're looking for a PIO and basically an emergency manager.
So it's just for the health department function.
Right.
Right.
No, I get
Yeah,
it.
okay.
But you're still, that's still their
Yeah.
category.
Right,
So I don't
yeah.
have any issues
No,
with the contract. I'm just,
we're kind of.
I just had a,
We're kind of venting a little bit.
That's okay. That's okay.
it's
I
just
get
another
it.
unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
That they're
Yeah.
gonna get put
Yeah.
back to us for 1 FTE instead of 1/2 FTE.
Yeah.
Because that's where we can see it going already.
Yeah, and,
So-
you know, and we're really verbal right now. We're working with them on another contract that we're really tired of them telling us what works best for our community and trying to put us in a cookie cutter box, and we're getting ready to probably tell them, we'll do it on our own, where we can have the freedom to work with our community. So, if it gets really to that point, you know, we will be verbal with them, so. But we're just trying to be creative and meet our needs as a health department too. Because it's really hard to find a communications person. And that, you know, it's not a 40-hour-a-week job with benefits. A lot of people are looking for benefits, and so you kind of have to always meet that 30-hour mark. So, and be able to pay for it. So, that's what we do. There's a lot of piecemealing when it comes to our funding.
Yeah.
A lot of people that do 4 or 5 different
A
things.
lot of Band-Aids on things, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah,
Literally and figuratively.
yeah, so. But anyway, so that's that one.
Okay,
Okay. If you guys have any questions, let me know, and I will look into that air quality question and email you guys back.
all right.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank
Thanks,
you, guys.
Laurel. Appreciate it. Okay, next, discussion on the lease of the water rights owned by Montezuma County, Mr. Ian.
So I don't really have anything to update on this. I mean, I think it's just a decision that we need to make for next year, how we want to handle it. I did chat with Rob a little bit, and he brought up, you know, a couple ideas. I mean, one thing that Rob did mention was that, you know, historically we used that water for our roads, but there's no need to use that water for our roads. We can't use it for our roads. And so, you know, Rob did pose the question of whether it may be worth trying to even sell that water, or continue to lease it. It's just really up to you guys, what you guys want to do, for next year. So, and I don't really have anything to add to that. It's just a decision that this board needs to make about what you guys want to do with that water.
I think that, I mean, from my perspective, I don't think that we need to actually sell it at this point in time, but I definitely think that Commissioner Copenhaver's idea was, you know, we should take it back over, or administration should take it back over and put it out for,
For lease.
Yeah.
advertisement for lease.
Yeah, we need to advertise it for lease and just, otherwise, what they're doing now is they've just been leasing it out for what
Yeah.
we were paying on.
Yep.
So it's just sitting there, basically sitting there.
So, I mean, in terms of advertising, I don't know what the timing of that would be, or what you guys want to do with that, but
I
I mean,
would-
that's really the next step.
I
We
would
just-
say basically if we started advertising it in January.
Actually, yeah, after we have our January meeting,
Yeah.
after NBI has their January meeting, they will set an assessment for a head gate charge and for so much a share. And then after that, just put the option out there to lease either all of it, or that would, I mean, you could lease it all in one lot, or like, if you wanted to split it up, I guess you could split it up in a couple of lots, 10 shares each or something, and just put it out there for lease and let people bid on it. Because you can lease it real easy. That's not a problem.
So I think as far as direction from us, if that's what you're needing, Ian, I think just a simple,
Yeah, I mean, I
Just
can
a
get a lease
simple
agreement
little lease
together in
agreement
2
and-
seconds. I mean, it sounds like maybe we need to work out the terms before I mean, I can,
I
Yeah.
think
fill
we could
something
work
in.
out the terms right now. I think you had a good idea, just in 10 share increments.
We've got.
So you only
Cost.
have 2 of them,
Yeah.
and that's
or all of
the,
them.
that's
Yeah,
what.
you don't want to
break
do it.
Five share blocks, 5 share.
So we just need to figure out the
Yeah.
cost. I
Yeah.
mean, and that
Just
sounds
that-
like that's
and
not
that-
gonna
that's
happen
like-
until
that would
after
be-
January.
Yeah, that would be after
Yeah,
January.
so, I mean, that's really, I can come up with something right now and we can fill the cost in, or I can come up with it once we know the cost. It doesn't really matter, as long as we just have it flagged for next January, and then we're ready to go.
So
It'll-
definitely, Travis, have it flagged for next January so that we will have that in a discussion late January or early February to get at least.
Yeah, because
Right
usually
away.
our meeting is like the 3rd Saturday in January. So it'd be after that before we knew what the assessment's going to be. But
Yep. Yeah, so really, once we get that amount, let's just advertise it, and, I mean, it's a really simple
yeah,
Okay.
agreement. I can
Yeah.
have that in 15 minutes.
So then basically, administration will be taking over those shares for the commission to make the decision of the water.
Yep.
The 20 shares of water.
And I did chat with Rob. I mean, I think he is aware that that's gonna happen. So
Okay.
he understands that,
yeah.
so.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything else? Okay, sounds good. Next, we have a discussion pertaining to changing the voting members represented for the Dispatch Accountability Committee. So their next meeting, Travis, is coming up on
It's
this month?
Thursday. It's Thursday, isn't it?
or this week?
Yeah, it's the 18th.
So do we do that here, or do we do that at that meeting, or we just have our representative here, right, that we appoint? Correct?
Yes, that's my understanding, is that you make the appointments, and it's not up to the accountability committee.
Okay, so Commissioner Lindsay,
It's the 18th, yeah,
you said you had interest in that?
yes.
Okay, so do we want to, so that's an annual appointment, or we can do that at any?
It's an annual appointment. You can do it, I think you can do it at any time.
So I don't, so we can do it at any
Yeah,
time?
Steve's
and
our
we can-
representative now.
We can do it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it's on or not.
It's on.
It's on
It's
now.
red.
Well, I've got the rainbow over here, so I don't
Looks red.
know what to
Looks red
tell you,
back here,
okay?
so.
I don't know, maybe that was a setup, jeez, I come. All it is that, all that's been discussed over the past year since this all started was the fact that there are some things that they want to purchase. I have voted against that on some things. Other things, it doesn't matter because I always get outvoted. So it's, the big thing was I pulled them on the budget last year. There was a lot of duplicate charges and unnecessary charges in their budget. That since got corrected, and really not a whole lot has been going on with it at all. And it was January the 27th that I gave the IGA to you, and they asked about that at the last one, and I said, well, I gave it, and Chief Knuckles said that he talked to one of you commissioners, said you never got it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I
That
don't-
comes up at the end of every
I
year.
don't think that we saw it, Steve. We never saw it in January or,
Well, I handed it to you. It was paper document. It wasn't anything that was presented here. It's always an ink signature on it from every one of the agency boards. Yeah. So, but the big thing is that they were trying to make that agreement 3 years.
Yeah.
And I
No.
that'll
totally
be a
fought
discussion
against
that we'll
It's
have
gotta
here
be
in a
annual.
minute.
Yeah, but anyway.
Which is part of that IGA agreement. So
And when we get to that, I've got some things I want to discuss with you guys.
So if you want to be that representative, then I'm
Yeah,
good with that too.
I'm fine with it.
That's good.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay, good?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one less
Well,
thing
we
I gotta
can't-
deal with.
We can't make that change today, but that's on the agenda for tomorrow anyway. Okay.
Don't leave.
Yeah, don't leave. Don't walk away.
The rainbow's back on again, okay.
All right, so that'll move to tomorrow. So let's talk about the IGA, Ian.
So, I mean, really at this point, I've got one significant concern with the IGA. Certainly what's been presented to us by the city and the accountability board is that they want to get this thing signed. My understanding is that the city attorney is reworking a new IGA for next year to address some of the issues in the IGA. What was presented to me was that when he completes that document, he will forward it to me for my comments. I haven't seen any kind of working draft as of this point. Back several weeks ago, I did send a draft of the IGA with a couple red lines in it to the city attorney for comment. That also was forwarded to Travis and to Vern Knuckles. And I believe that Vern, maybe a point, or Chief Knuckles did present that during the last district accountability meeting. Is that right?
No.
I'm not sure,
No.
or circulated it.
Yeah, no, I met with Drew and Chief Knuckles regarding that, so.
Okay. So I think that the preference of at least some of the parties would be that the county sign as is. I have a pretty significant concern with this thing as it's currently written. It is on page, this thing doesn't have page numbers, but it's going to be
It's about.
page
the
4.
equipment.
Yep. And so basically, the agreement as it currently reads, this IGA as it currently reads, says that purchases made by the E911 authority shall become the property of the parties collectively. There's a significant issue with that. The property has to be owned by the authority. There's the original IGA in place from, I believe, 1980. Give me 1 second here. It's the late 80s, and basically what it says is that if a party leaves the authority, they forfeit their ownership in any property that is owned by the authority. It's a critical distinction. All the parties don't own the property. The authority owns the property. I think it's vital that this switch be made. I think it's vital that the switch be made now. Because if you sign this thing, There's a lot of new property that's been acquired, and in essence, what you would be agreeing to is that it's gonna be owned by everybody, and that just simply is not the case. That's not the way this thing was set up.
So item B is basically what we're talking about, right, Ian?
Yes.
Capital equipment purchases? Why
Yeah.
can't we just strike that in its entirety and sign it and wait for the 2 months, 3 months to get it finalized?
I think that this thing should be signed correctly by everybody. And I think it should, I think the language should clearly state. So the red
I
line that I
understand
put
that.
in, it said, "The authority shall own all property that it acquires following the execution of this agreement. In the event that any member of the authority terminates its membership in the authority, that member party shall forfeit all right, title, and interest to the property acquired." That's critical language to
So
have in
why is
there.
it taking 3 more months to get the agreement resolved, Travis? Did any,
So my conversation with Drew and Chief Knuckles was this is just a stopgap. They understand that this is not the greatest IGA.
But if you sign something with this in it,
well, we've signed this agreement for the last several years.
well, I don't ever remember seeing this in an agreement.
I think this is the same agreement that we've always signed.
I
So I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just saying.
I think it's a
like-
critical switch to
So-
make, especially in light of all the new property that was acquired. I
So-
think that we could have a problem down the road if somebody pulls out and decides to take an ownership stake.
So again, my question is, if there's a meeting Thursday night, why can't this get accelerated? Why are we waiting for another 2 to 3 months?
For the new IGA?
For the new agreement.
For this change to be made, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's what you're asking about,
Yeah,
not the
just-
new IGA, for
even
this,
just the
this change.
So
Just the change.
it's my understanding that by the time they get this out to all the other members, they go back, have their attorneys review it. The new IGA is gonna be out. The current, or the new one in 3 to 4 months.
But, so, okay, I get that to a certain degree, but if everybody's gonna be at that meeting Thursday.
This is
with-
not,
With the language that Ian has in there, they're all there to, I mean.
this isn't a complicated thing to review.
It's
This should
pretty
take an
simple.
attorney 2 minutes. It's
It's one-
reflective of the intent of the IGA. They
Yeah.
need to get this thing with the
It's B.
updated language back and forth, back in front of the members, and they need to sign off on it. It's not right the way it is. I don't, and this idea that this is some kind of stopgap, and, oh, we know it's not right, but go ahead and sign it, and we're gonna make a new one no.
Why would anybody want to sign something that's not right?
So I guess at the meeting, Commissioner, I mean,
Yeah.
everybody will be there.
And I can reach out to Vern and see if he can put it on their agenda item.
I think that would be really smart. I think it's a critical change that needs to be made before
Because
we sign
We
anything.
have the language.
Yeah,
It's
the language has
created.
been provided. The red line copy's been distributed to the city. We have it, you guys have it in your
And
email.
we could put it out prior to the meeting Thursday night, saying, hey, this is what we're proposing because it needs to be correct, and could everybody sign it?
I mean,
know
this
it
agreement's
doesn't
gonna
do-
need to go back before
Sure.
the boards, but it should. I mean,
Yes.
it should, and it's the
To-
right way to do
their
things.
boards, and that's what you're saying, by the time they all get with their boards, it'll be a month,
I would,
2-month process.
I would rather have a delay, though, and have the document correct, than have something that's gonna create big problems for us, and.
So
and-
is it, okay. So it's not creating a problem right now with us not signing it?
Well, I'm not sure exactly if it is or isn't, because the potential is there for, I mean, would they? Probably not, but cease and services, because we were not part of this IGA, or, payment to them
They can't do
for
that.
But we
services.
have
I don't
already
know.
paid them, right?
I don't want to go down that road, but if they see services, they're going to quit using our equipment?
Sure, and so just real quick, Chief Knuckles, just let me know it's on the agenda for Thursday.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll ask another question, which I already know the answer to this. Is there a proper inventory of what we own?
Just the
The
receipts.
equipment,
equipment
think you could
receipts?
go in the, you could
No.
go in there and,
The answer's, I know the answer's no.
well, I don't know, I couldn't tell you. But
Well,
whatever's in there right now is the equipment of the authority.
I mean, part of the problem is some of the equipment that we've purchased seems to have
Yeah.
ended up outside the name of the authority. It's not titled to the authority,
Okay.
which is a problem, another problem.
Which
But-
which is why we got a new IRS tax number for the E911
Or the
authority.
authority, okay. Good then, for
Yeah.
Thursday?
Good.
So you have that language that we can share with,
And they have it. They have it, but I'll
yeah,
forward
that's what I
Maybe
thought.
we need to get E911 authority stickers and school.
Okay,
Barcodes and everything.
anything else? Commissioner, I'm sorry. I didn't. I'm just, as Ian's getting riled up on him, next time we'll come over here by you. Okay. All right, we'll move right along. Discussion related to the, mounted patrol and the county-owned property as far as the disbursement. Gentlemen, conversation about this. We went over there and reviewed everything, or we didn't review everything. We looked at the, corrals, the barns, basically the equipment over there. So what's your pleasure? What do you want to do?
Well, as I understand, all of that was bought with
Grant funding, yes.
grants from the,
Tractor wasn't bought with grant funding.
The what?
The tractor wasn't bought with grant funding. I know because I looked at that. That was bought out of the casino contract. So that
Yes.
wasn't
Yeah,
grant
just some of the
funded.
dollars went to that, but yeah, that
So
came
yeah,
out of
it
the
wasn't
casino.
all bought
Yeah,
out of
no.
grant funding.
But all of the other equipment was, yes.
So,
Of course, the
ahead,
dispendable
Commissioner.
items such as vet and farrier and feed, that came out of LEA, because that was in the line item in LEA ever since the beginning.
which is not grant funding.
No,
LEA is
law
not grant
enforcement
funding.
authority,
Yeah,
yes, the sheriff's budget there.
so,
so Ian, all the stuff that was bought from grant funding, that should go, that money, if we disperse of that material, it should go back to the sheriff's department? Or
Well,
what's the deal?
it depends on the grant. Because if the grant was awarded to Montezuma County, if Montezuma County was named as the grant recipient for those funds, then those items the money should come back to Montezuma County. Now, if, for instance, property was donated to the sheriff's office, or if that grant was specifically titled to the sheriff's office, then that's the sheriff's property.
well, we can work through how it gets distributed. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
I
we
think
can
that's
work
what
through
the
it.
question is.
Yeah.
I think that's your question. So
Yeah.
if it was a grant specific to the sheriff's department, it would go back to the sheriff's department in a line item. However, if it's Montezuma County's, it would go back to the general fund for Montezuma County.
Yeah.
I think the question and the discussion here is, how do we want to just public surplus it, or looking at some of it, I'm not sure,
Yeah.
repurposing it
I think,
was the question, I think.
I think a
think
certain
that's the
amount
question.
should remain with the sheriff's office for seizures and keeping of, seized animals and stuff, and transport of seized animals.
Good, I'd appreciate that.
So
we
what
can do that.
portion,
And that's, I don't know how
I don't
to
know.
determine that portion.
Well, as far as that, like I said, I'd have to go back and talk to,
you have to
The
talk to
city
the
council.
city? Yeah, because it was.
Because under that PUD.
Yeah.
But they exempted the horses from being there and everything. This was a long drawn out process. This was not something that was overnight. This took me over a year of getting through this PUD and the agreements and getting everything the way that the city would accept. And I approached the council, and they unanimously agreed to go ahead and exempt it and allow for that to be put there.
So what's your recommendation, Commissioner?
I don't know.
Because there's a lot more than just,
Right.
There were 3,
maybe one of the sheds,
Yeah,
a
that's
couple
fine.
of stalls. The panels on the north out there, the big ring. we
The
could probably
arena and the
disperse
dry
that.
lot, yeah.
And the trailer for transport. And that's all I can think of.
Sure.
Sheriff, from your perspective, what do you feel like you need?
Well, I would like to retain the trailer, and if we could keep one of the stables there for what we've just discussed, that would be ideal. And it would certainly help us if the city would agree to allow that to happen. As far as the panels and stuff, the corral panels in the arena and the round pen, and maybe even, the dry lot, that dry lot can be reduced in size, but I don't know that it would actually be needed for housing animals. We keep them in a stabled area. That's the most important thing, because I'm responsible for them when we seize them.
So your request is basically, like Commissioner Lindsay said, just one stable and I'm gonna call the panels
Yeah,
with that.
right.
Yeah.
All the rest of the corral
Shed.
panels can go. Yeah, sure.
So basically one complete
Yep.
unit
Yep. Yeah,
would be one
exactly.
shed and the
Yep.
panels with that shed.
Yeah.
Everything else we can
Right.
disperse.
And those panels, if the fairgrounds can't use them or whatever they don't want to use, those can certainly, there's quite a few folks that are in the ranching business that have already contacted me and said, we'd like to buy whatever, and it's like, this is gonna be whatever you decide.
Yeah, it's
But-
it's
It's gotta go to public.
It's gotta go to
auction.
public surplus.
I
Public
don't know
auction.
if public surplus would take panels.
They take everything,
They take everything, huh?
you bet.
God, I tell you.
Yeah, they
Is this a
have
great
right on
country or
there,
what?
they have livestock, aviation, they've got everything in the world.
Okay, whatever.
So,
As
anyway,
long
I
as they
think
know
that's,
how to get in touch with it,
I think
that'd
that's
be what
the-
I asked, so that
the
we could let
discussion.
people know.
yeah, you set it up however we want.
Sure, that'd be fine.
I think that was the discussion, if we wanna surplus it all or leave that. It sounds like the request is to leave one total shed. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but one shed intact.
You have the final say, so that's just my request.
Well, I think that'd be best because if he has to transport and pick up animals, he's gonna need the trailer to do that. And if he has a place, if the city will allow it. Now, if the city won't allow
If
it,
the city
then
won't
it's
allow it,
different.
then it's
we're gonna
moot
have to
point.
just use the fairground. That's all there is to it. But I can see where the issue is. If he has to take care of these animals and be responsible for them until some decision is made about them, then he's gotta make sure they're getting fed and watered and proper care until that happens.
Yep.
It'd be a lot easier for him to do it right there than it would be out at the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's always been a concern because they're out of sight, out of mind. And it's like,
So-
I don't know what happens during the time that we're
Okay.
not there.
yeah,
So-
and I understand that. And that's, to me, if we did like you're saying, the one shed and an area around it enough for him
Well,
to
I'm
hold
saying the
something.
whole corrals, everything, one whole unit,
Yeah,
I guess.
yeah.
Because the shed, if you take off all the
Yep.
panels out in front of it, it's not really a complete unit.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
And I
we
would
can shorten
suggest that Commissioner Copenhaver say, well, we need this much space and that'd be it.
Sure.
He's more vested in this
So I
than
think one unit
I
would be
am.
the better.
Yeah.
So I'm calling it one shed unit. And obviously with the approval of the city, because it's not
Sure.
the same.
Yeah, if the
program.
city would.
If it's not approved, then we've
Yeah.
got to go a different route.
Yeah. And the trailer,
Yeah, oh yeah.
keep the
I
trailer.
got that written down too.
Yeah, the rest of it.
Okay, as far as the funding for the grant, like Ian said, we'll have to figure that out, so you'll have to provide if there's grants that purchase some of that stuff, then we'll have to know, that way when it's sold.
Well, the vast majority of it was purchased
And
under
it'll go.
grant funding. But,
So-
yeah, the tractor, I know that some of the dollars went from the Ute Mountain account to pay for that.
So that's all
They
we
had
have
no
to figure
problem
that
with
out.
that. Huh?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all we have to do
Yeah.
is figure that out, not a big deal. Okay, moving on. Next, we have a invoice as far as it relates to the town of Dolores Siren. So, is this a grant fund? And
For the
it's-
town, this is just, the Dolores Fire Protection District and myself were the ones that helped this town obtain the funding for these emergency sirens that's needed because of flooding and fire evacuation purposes in that valley. This should have been paid for, last year, but it just never came about until now.
So is this
Because
a-
it was all going to come out of the Dolores funding anyway. Yeah. That's where it was going to come from.
So
But
this
now
is,
that I don't have that,
so this is not a grant fund? So this had to come in
Not
front
for
of
me.
us prior?
not, it, I was, we were mentioned as part of the grant funding. Dolores Fire Protection District also paid $10,000 toward this expensive siren system. Yeah.
Right, which was, I think when I read it, it said Dolores and the Fire Protection District and you had agreed on paying a third.
Right.
And then it also talked about, in this IGA, as far as tying you to the, maintenance of it.
Yeah, they take care of all of that. This was just the purchase of that equipment.
Okay, so where's the grant money? This is $10,000, so it's over our limit. So this needs to come in front of us for
Right,
the approval.
right. There's $10,000 that was going to
So-
be paid for out of that Dolores contract for that matched that grant to help get those emergency sirens in. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I didn't see that as a line item in that Dolores contract at all.
No, it wasn't in there. Professional services are operating.
So I guess myself and finance's questions are based on the finance policy is we're supposed to use grant funding dollars first, which is the,
Correct.
like the casino, not the casino, gaming grant.
What about the gaming grant?
So it's my understanding we've got to use those funds before we dip into general fund dollars.
Well, I don't care. That's fine. I mean, there's that money in there too. It doesn't matter to me. The protocol that they talk about is how this system is set up and how it is initiated to activate and notify the people within that valley. That's what it's about. That's what they talk about protocols. Other than that, I don't have anything to do with it.
I think where you were going, Travis, is that it didn't come in front of the board to approve the $10,000 per the policy. Is what he's saying. It's
Correct.
now we get a bill for this. This contract has not been given to the board for approval for the $10,000. If you have it in the gaming grant, I'm looking at the 2023 budget. If you have it in there and that's where you want to take it out of, I think there's enough money in there to take it out of, but it
Yes,
still
there
has to
is.
go through the process of the proper approval.
When did this protocol come about?
That's been in,
It's under the procurement policy for
that
21.
we've done for well over a year now.
When?
Well over a year.
A year?
Yeah, can you pull
I
it
don't
up,
know about
Travis?
that.
We'll give you a date because it was signed.
March of 21 was
March
the
of 21.
procurement that I've
So
got.
we're past March of 23, so 2 years.
Yeah. Don't know what to tell you, other than we've been purchasing stuff that's definitely over $5,000 that's budgeted every year. So I don't know.
Well, I understand that, but you've still got to go through the process,
Okay.
just like everybody else does, and that's part of the procurement policy. Everybody should have gotten that when we approved it.
I don't know. I don't recall seeing it, so.
Okay.
Then I
would you
guess
make
it's
sure that you
on me.
email that to him again? Okay. So, so the question here then is, looking at the budget, you're taking it out of the gaming grant?
Well, that's only apparently with your approval.
So, we can't make that decision today. I'm
I
just
know
making the
that.
determination of where it's coming from. So, that's what we have in front of us. Any further discussion for now? There is money in the gaming grant. As I pulled it up right here.
Okay. I don't have anything right now.
Commissioner?
That's all.
Okay. All right, moving right along then. We'll make that determination tomorrow. So next is a discussion as it relates to the upfitting of the cars and the invoices to the procurement policy. If you say you didn't know that we had a procurement policy, then,
Okay, wait a second. When we were doing the budget last year, what was in capital outlay, to what we decided to put in there, was gonna pay
Under-
for that upfitting?
okay, under which side?
The sheriff's capital outlay,
Hold
in
on.
the sheriff's budget. That's where that upfitting for those vehicles were gonna come from. But this is, the thing is though, is that I had no clue about what Enterprise was gonna pay for.
Enterprise
we were
was
gonna
just
pay
the
for.
vehicles.
Huh?
Enterprise, we just got the vehicles.
Not
We
in the
didn't get
beginning.
the upfitting.
Not from what I understood from the beginning, they were gonna be, a lot of this was gonna be part of the lease. I didn't know. So, but I planned ahead for that,
I don't,
just in case. And I'm glad I did.
so what did you say you wanted that under, Steve?
Well, it's under the capital outlay in the sheriff's budget, but I can tell you right now, because of the increase in cost of this equipment, even though we've back the first 3 vehicles, we're using equipment that we already have to go in there when they're delivered. So, but these others, I mean, when you're looking at $14,000 a unit, that's a lot.
Yeah,
And
there
that's
was
definitely not what we
13,000
anticipated.
and almost 15,000 is where the invoices.
Yeah.
So here again,
Didn't they originally state that somewhere around 10?
Yeah, that's what was
If I remember.
anticipated, that it was gonna be, was around 10. And as you can see now, the cost of that stuff has gone completely through the roof.
Yeah, that's $2,800 to $5,000 over. what
you're
we
basically
anticipated.
13,000 is the
Yeah.
cheapest one. So you're using the 2,000 account, the 2,000 code then?
Yeah. But I can tell you, there's not gonna be enough money in that capital outlay line item
Steve,
for all those vehicles.
what's the difference between this almost 13 and then the 14.5? Is it just the vehicles difference?
It's the equipment.
Okay.
We have the brush guards and the bed boxes, we already have.
Okay.
And Shane will be putting those in when those vehicles arrive. That's why that cost is lower on those. This one has them all.
Okay.
And it should only been around $10,000 a vehicle. That's the way it was in the past. But I'll tell you, I've lost track of who's doing what, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I
I was
don't
gonna
know.
say, to my knowledge, that Enterprise was never supplying anything more than the vehicle.
Well,
And we can go back and look at that
I
too,
have
just to
no
make
idea.
sure,
yeah, I don't know.
just to make
know.
sure, Steve.
I've been pretty much outside of how
But-
this is all done, so. Okay,
I think you had everything for the upfitting, because we've never seen any cost for the upfitting.
yeah, this is the first that's come across. This,
Yeah. So did
Everything
we
was there.
have bids? Did we have actual hard bids that said it was gonna be 10,000? Or where did we get that
we were
number?
going by the last installs for the last vehicles. And that the cost was associated with that, of what it would be. Whether it's at Recreation Electrical or Mr. Mobile down in Aztec, who did our last ones.
So we didn't have a cost since 2018?
No, no.
Or 19?
Because I'll tell you,
2018?
I can tell you that the bids, if we go out and get bids, it'll be more than this. I mean, the ones over in Durango, La Plata County's paying almost a third more a vehicle than what we do. And I can't use that guy because of the cost. That's just crazy, yeah.
Well, you're not gonna have near enough money in that account.
Oh, I know.
You're not even gonna be close
I
at
know it.
$15,000 a unit.
Yep, I know
And
it.
here again, per the policy, that's, right now you've got, how many do we have?
There's 10.
Four at 15? No, I understand that, but how many have we got right now?
Well, we haven't received anything yet, but Shane would have a better idea of when they're delivered, because he's got that all worked out.
What do we have in front of us here? We have 5?
5 invoices.
Which are gonna be, 2 of them were at the, basically 13, and the rest were at the 14.5?
Yeah, 67, 68,000.
Yeah, you're not,
With anticipated, so we're about 17,000 over what we anticipated. I mean,
you're not gonna be anywhere close.
no.
But again, we could use gaming, right?
I'm in
Gaming
front of the
grant.
I'm in front of the board. Did you want to say something to him? No. Okay, okay. All
Yeah,
right.
we could use.
Sorry, that was Shane. I thought he wanted to.
I guess,
And I was going to put him on the speaker. So.
I guess
Sorry.
when we see these kinds of invoices,
I said, "Do you want to talk to him?" He says, "No." So he hung up. Sorry.
you know, cause yeah, you're not gonna be anywhere close.
Oh, I know. After I saw these, you're darn right. Never anticipated that at all.
So then
So
the
there may have
follow-up
to be some-
policy. We really should go out to bid. We've done it everywhere else, but why do you say that it would be more? What, you must have that impression for some reason.
Because I visited with all of the installers in the state. I know what Mr. Mobile has charged us for those. I know what recreational electrical charges with that. If you look at the past, it was never this high, and he tells me, he's told me, it's like every bit of this equipment has just gone through the roof for the past year. And the cost just keeps going up. And I don't want all new stuff in there. I don't. That's why I want to utilize what we have to go in those vehicles to reduce those costs.
So Ian, where do we stand with the policy then? How do we, I mean, this is a significant cost.
How many more vehicles you got coming?
Well, these are 5, so there should be 5 more.
5 more.
Shane said they had, the last time he talked to us, he said they had the 10 and then the 6, right?
I'm out of the loop. I don't know, Jim. I don't know where.
I think that's
They're
what
at.
he said,
Okay.
if my memory serves me correct, right?
Well, I thought there was just 10 for him,
Yeah, there was 10.
wasn't it?
Yeah, but he said some of them he was gonna do the upfitting on, because they're just swapping.
Right. And
They're
that's
just
exactly
swapping-
what he's going to do.
They're taking from a unit you're taking out of
Yeah.
service and they're putting in the new one.
Yeah. And so, and just the way that I see this right now, I just assume them not do any more installs, and we just bring these trucks down. And let's find out where the cheapest amount is going to be, because with this cost, when I saw that, there's no way. It wasn't supposed to be that high, and it is. And I can't.
Maybe you
afford it.
should have kept Shane on the phone.
I can call him back, but I don't think he'll answer now,
Because-
because he knows where I'm
Well,
at.
because I thought he said that he was bringing some back. Am I,
Yeah, he is. There's 3 of them that are coming back that are going to be outfitted with the brush guards and the bed
they're
boxes.
gonna do here.
Here, plus
Yeah.
the covers, the bed covers. We have those that we purchased already a year ago or 2 years ago that were not used. And so that's been stored at vehicle maintenance. And so that's what's going to be used on those. We don't have to purchase any of those.
Who's the city use, do you know?
I don't know,
Cause
But-
I see one pickup running around,
yeah.
it's bare.
And
And
I,
there's
I
no,
don't know what
there's
that
no
is. I just
decal
think-
stickers or nothing.
to
Yeah.
go through the policy, we need to look at,
How difficult is it to get a couple other written quotes, Steve?
Oh, it won't be. I can certainly do that,
Let's-
and I certainly would.
Let's just do
There was
that. Let's
just
just
so
get,
much-
let's just get 3 written
Yeah.
quotes, and then we can just, then
Yeah.
we're in conformance with the policy and.
That's fine.
And
And, you
if
know,
you don't
in
mind.
the past, it was so much easier because electrical, recreational electrical is right there in Loveland, where the vehicles are
Yeah.
delivered through the enterprise. So, it just saves having to transport and the
It-
cost involved in all of that, of
it,
doing
it
everything.
may end up being that they still
I
are the
hope
best
not.
price. We're
I
not.
hope not, but I hope it's a lot
Well,
less.
So
Because I still have radios to install and the decal, the markings to put on. And it's like, the radios won't be that big a thing. They're pretty simple. Dan's Repair does a great job with that, and it's very minimal cost. But I don't know now that, that Rucker sold his detailing, his decals and stuff to Kybels, what that expense will be for those 10 vehicles. Yeah, I don't know.
So
So-
I guess my question is these are showing invoices. To me, it means the work's done and the bill needs to be paid. So how are we going to get additional bids?
Well, you can't for these. I don't think you
Okay,
can
so-
for these. These have been.
Yeah, those are
invoiced.
done.
These are done,
Because
correct?
These are done.
Okay, I just
yeah.
want to make sure that we're
The
on the
work
same
is done,
page.
Yeah.
so, yeah.
So why
Yeah.
can't you take that out of the gaming grant also? Because you're not gonna have enough in the capital.
Well, I may have to.
You're not
I may
gonna,
have to,
well, you're,
yeah.
Did you get these vehicles already? Cause it says the ship
I haven't
date,
seen anything yet.
says the ship date was the 4th of May.
That was when I think they were shipped from
He
the
said-
Loveland
Oh,
dealership.
okay.
Shane said that the
Yeah.
vehicles were
Yeah,
in
from the
up there.
dealership to recreational electrical, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not here.
They're not here yet,
Up there.
but Shane has that transport worked out.
So I think so that we follow the policy, get us a couple written quotes, because if this is only half of them, another $68,000-$70,000, we don't, you're gonna have to use the gaming grant basically to pay for it. And then the biggest thing is that way we're following the policy too.
I know how to do that. I still call my old fire department ID.
Okay? I'm gonna call him and tell him to stop what he's doing. Okay?
Well, yeah, because we need to have a written quote, because if that's,
Well,
Well, we had
I
a
mean,
quote,
has,
but
has
that was,
work been done yet, though? I mean, this is,
well, on these
these are
5
done.
units, it sounds like these are done. But the others, he may not have touched yet, I think is what
Yeah.
you're saying. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
we had a cost of what that equipment was, and I'm almost sure that Shane got that, last year.
But if it went from 10 to almost 15,000, that's a significant, that's,
Yeah, that's a 30%
50%.
increase.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
so,
yeah, let's get
Hey,
quotes and
I'll
see what
just
else is out
Do the
there.
best I can with it. All right.
Okay.
okay, so quotes. And then also report back to let us know if there's any more than these that we currently have that have been completed.
Yeah, I'll have to call him as soon as I'm done here, find out
Fair enough.
what's there.
Okay. Next one is, discussion as it relates to the contract updates for the town of Dolores. Travis, you want to take that one, or where do we stand with that?
So I guess I'm kind of confused a little bit, because this is the sheriff's contract. This isn't mine. And so I really don't have the authority to negotiate contracts. But I did talk to Ken. He was wanting to negotiate some office space in lieu of payment. But I don't have that authority. I had to say no. It has to go before the commissioners and the sheriff. And all we can do is give them figures as to what it costs the county to provide services.
So have you had that conversation with Ken? Have you had a conversation with Ken as far as, after our first meeting, we had our first
Yeah.
meeting?
Yeah, I told him exactly what we had met about. I mean, there wasn't any change that I knew of, yeah.
So it's,
I have not had any negotiation contacts with him.
so then what kind of direction, I mean, we know what the costs are per deputy, per certified deputy.
Correct.
So he wants to negotiate office space?
Office space, there was 3 offices that he brought up. And I don't have that authority to negotiate office space. I mean, if that's something that the town wants to give up and or, provide, that's on them, but I don't have that authority. That would have to come through a contract.
What are we doing now?
It's what we've been doing for the past 8 years. They, in the contract, they
always
provide a
provided a
space. Yeah, they
space.
provide a space, they pay the utilities. We have it has to be a secured area because of our computers and connection with OpenFox through CBI and NCIC and CCIC.
We provide our own computers, we provide our own internet,
Yeah.
we
Yep.
provide all of our security stuff.
They pay the utilities.
The county does, right. The only thing they do
We
is
don't have
provide,
anything,
right now they
cost.
provide about a 10 by 10 room probably.
oh, it's bigger than that.
Okay.
My
10 to
God.
12?
10 by 12.
It's not
It's
a
a
horse
pretty small
stable,
room.
okay?
So, there's
Yeah,
no
horse
heat in
stable
it, but I guess it doesn't
Yeah,
really
there's no
matter
heat.
what that is. It's a matter of, the contract is specific to the amount. However they want to
So not to jump in here, but I mean, isn't the goal of this board just to cover its cost?
cover its
And
costs.
so, I mean, whatever that amount is, that's the amount that needs to be presented to the town, and then take it or leave it.
Correct.
And I mean, whoever wants to do that can do that. You can do that. The sheriff can do that. I mean, I don't, how do you guys want to do it?
Which I think we did. We all sat down and had a meeting and
Yeah.
provided the.
Dolores
There's
knows
been
what
a
the
cost,
cost is.
so.
Okay. So then we should be good?
As far as I'm concerned, yes. But again, I don't have.
As far as I'm
I-
concerned, we are, because we
Yeah.
put the costs together and we know what the cost of a certified deputy, and there's a certified, non-certified deputies, which we found out the other day of difference in cost. So, I think with 3 certified deputies over there, one
There's
part-time.
There's 2 that they pay for, yes.
um,
And I will supply a part-time, it's a full-time deputy, but a part-time, if I can. And that's what that contract says, when I can, and I have. Most of it's ever been has been 2 or 3 weeks in the summertime. So they're not part of being paid a salary by that contract. But we definitely charged them for that this last year. And so that worked out just right.
So I think you're right, Ian. They know the cost of a certified deputy over there for a 40-hour week, which is what it states in the contract, 80 hours a week, so that's 2 FTEs.
Yes, that's
And-
right.
And Dolores has that number.
They paid for 2 of my FTEs.
So I don't think there's any negotiation. If they want to provide the office, fine. If they don't, I guess that's fine too. I mean, I don't know if they're providing it now, it's up to them. I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not sure why you brought up negotiate 3 offices. I guess what was that all about?
What about? 3 officers?
To negotiate
Offices.
3 offices.
3 offices?
That's what was just said.
Oh. No, from what, in their new town hall that they're developing, there's 2 rooms there.
Yeah.
But I don't know about 3 offices. There's only 1 office.
And maybe he misspoke, but yeah, he said
There's
three.
just three offices. It's just one office. There's not, we don't have three offices over there, sorry.
Well, it sounded like they wanted to negotiate for 3 offices, but really that's not what we're negotiating.
Correct. I just want to make sure that the sheriff knows what's going on, and that I don't have that
I'd
authority to
appreciate
make.
that. Thanks.
I don't have that authority to make those
Sure.
decisions.
The only thing that we're making is that we know what 1 FTE costs with the vehicle, and that's it.
Well, I know what the vehicle expenses are, and I know what the
Well, it
what the
just went
salary
up.
and benefits are.
They just went up.
Yeah, they just went up significantly.
Well, that's purchasing, yeah.
But I think if this is a contract that Dolores is interested in, though, I mean, somebody's got to get with Dolores and get the number plugged in and get a paper in front of me and in front of this board. So
Well, that's my responsibility,
Okay.
so I'll take care of that.
That's okay. And you have the number,
I know.
so.
I have an issue with trying to charge them rent for our equipment that we wear. Okay, it's paid for
We're-
already.
We're looking at what it costs to cover an FTE. That's what we're looking at.
That's-
Everything is a cost for an FTE.
Well, I understand that,
Yeah,
okay?
okay, we're
But
good.
not the personal equipment, the vests and things, I mean, that's something that FTE, whether they're stationed in Dolores or in the county, because I rotate those people. So I don't know how you can charge them when they're paying for their salaries and their benefits and the vehicle expenses. That's what it's always been.
That's not
So-
covering the cost of 1 FTE. If you put a certified deputy out on the street,
Uh-huh.
you can't leave them without what you just described, right?
Mm,
Okay, so
pay- they
40
pay-
hours a week is 1 FTE per
that's right.
definition.
That's right.
So they're requesting in the contract 80 hours a week, which is 2
That's right.
FTEs.
That's right.
So therefore, we have to provide everything that goes along with 1 FTE. So it's everything included.
Well, I understand that,
So
Jim.
what
okay?
are you saying you don't understand that you can't?
Charging everything? I mean, you don't have this on a daily cost or 80 hours a week, okay?
We
They're
didn't
paying
put it
for,
on
they're
a,
paying for, when they're on vacation, they pay for that. When they're sick, they're paying for that. It doesn't
with
matter.
benefits, that's
okay?
correct.
Yeah.
That's all figured in there. It's inclusive for 1 FTE. It costs the county X amount for 1 FTE. That's all we're doing is trying to cover our cost. That's it.
Yeah, if
Well, I
those guys-
think-
We're not subsidizing,
I don't
anything
believe
else.
that. Yeah, but I understand what you're talking about.
so
I don't agree with
it's
that.
1 FTE.
Okay.
I get
Okay.
it. And
All right.
I'm okay with that. We don't
Okay,
necessarily have to agree, but the cost is for 1 FTE. And their contract says 2, because it says 80 hours a week.
that's right,
That's 2 FTEs.
that's right. They're paying for
So we
2
don't put
deputies.
a person half outfitted out on the street.
Well, of course not.
Okay, there you go, then that's 1 FTE.
I
All right, let's
Jeez,
go
oh,
on.
criminy. Now, we're gonna get into the definition of what an FTE is, sheriff deputy certified wise, okay?
Certified or non-certified?
That's right,
Yep.
yeah. I don't even think, I mean, hey, you know what? I'll just work with it. I'm not gonna argue this anymore, okay?
Okay. Well, I don't think it was an argument, it was just a
Okay.
discussion.
It's a discussion, yeah.
So,
Okay.
questions, comments, or move on? Commissioner?
No, I'm
Okay,
good.
all right. Discussion as it relates to the updates with the SRO and Dolores. So, this is also a school board responsibility. I've actually talked to a couple of school board people, and they realize that. So, have you had the conversation with Dolores, board, superintendent, whoever, to realize that they need to pay for this FTE?
No, we never talked about payment, mainly because I don't work for the school district, and neither do the deputies. Okay, they're there. The public will perceive, if they're being paid, that they're supporting and enforcing school policies, and that's not the case at all. We don't have anything to do with that, and that's why. Any special events in the past that they've requested a deputy, they've paid for it, okay? But this is something that it's my responsibility to protect that school with those students and that staff, okay, as best possible. Plus building the relationships with every one of those kids, K through 12. That's what it's all about, okay? Whether whoever pays for it, the deputy is assigned there because they are trained to do that job, or they wouldn't be there. And they have the certifications to show for that. I make sure of that. And we do a lot of training for it. But I
So-
haven't talked to them about paying for any SROs, okay?
But that's what they are, right?
A school resource officer is a sheriff's deputy that's certified
Certified
and trained
deputy.
and certified
Yeah.
in school resource officer work, yes.
Understand that. And they're there during the school year.
Yes, at Dolores.
Yeah.
They're also all at Lewis Areola and Pleasant View and Battle Rock during the mornings. And the
So-
evenings when school is at are present, yes. They are,
Okay.
okay?
So why is the school board not funding them?
Well, how do you figure they should fund them? You mean a full FTE wise, again? Why?
No, I'm asking, why are they not funding them? I would think if that's something that we're gonna do, that comes back to this board to say, okay, if it's a certified deputy, which you just stated,
Mhm.
correct, with a special,
Yep,
attachment certification, whatever you guys
Right.
call it. But to us, it's a certified deputy.
okay, to me,
Right.
as a sheriff, it's my responsibility, okay, to assign those deputies wherever they need to be.
So then why don't we do it in Mancos and Cortez?
Memphis has their own marshal's office. Cortez has their own police department.
Okay, so.
That's why I don't.
Here again, those school boards are funding those SROs. Why
I don't
we
know if they are or
being
not.
Funded for our SRO in,
I don't know if they're funding them or
Dolores.
not. I don't know.
okay. So do you have an agreement with the school?
Yes,
Can we get a copy of that so that we can view it?
that's fine.
Okay,
It doesn't list hours, I can tell you that right now. It doesn't have any of that. Okay?
that,
All right.
yeah, that's fine, just send
We're
it
also
over. I
according
think we've
to state
requested
statute,
it.
okay? We have to apply with state statutes when it comes to school resource officers in schools. Okay? So, that's, I have both to balance through.
Okay, just send that over then. That agreement or MOU or IGA or whatever it
There's
is.
no IGA. It's just an MOU.
Okay,
It's just to show that we were there, and that's it.
okay, that would be great, that's all I have.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
No. Can I turn the rainbow color off?
It's not rainbow on this side. It's only one color. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, gentlemen, that is to the end of this agenda, so we are adjourned.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.